Grapes. Love a grape drop. More grapes. I think what we'll do is we'll get 20 attack, upgrade to steel, and then see if it's viable to just start killing ham guards with melee at 20. Because I would much rather kill the guards right now than spend too much time here at the goblins. Hey Firebird, good to see you again. I saw the golden egg short. That is rough. It made me wonder, when they moved the human against monsters hideout back to where it is in old school, is there any other feather sources? Is that in your chunk? Are they moving it back? Did I miss something? Really? No. I mean, this is literally my only source of feathers. So, what that would mean... Oh, I can do this one. What that would mean is if... I don't know when they plan to do it. But if they move it and I still don't have it... Interesting. If I still don't have the golden eggs by then, it would become a task that's not part of my chunk. Well, I guess it depends where they're moving it, but my assumption is that they're moving it to, I'm assuming like back in this area here. Yeah, I think in old school it's somewhere around here. I'm assuming they're just reworking this entire area. But if they move it, it's no longer a chunk that I have to complete, which is interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah. That complicates things a little bit. In a good way, though. If it's going away in the next, like, week or two, then it might be worth postponing this. But if it's like a release that they're expecting to come back or to get rid of in like a month, You can see the plan in the upcoming update section of the wiki. Yeah, I just haven't read it in a while, so I wasn't really looking for that. I had heard that they were at some point. I had heard they were reworking the forest, but I didn't know they were going to move the ham hideout. Sometime early next year. Yeah, so if it's sometime next year, then I'm gonna just continue to get the egg. If for whatever reason I don't get it in the next month, if I don't get it before they move the ham hideout, then obviously I can't do the task and we'll just carry on. But regardless, that's interesting. What am I doing here? Crates near the Lumbridge Market. That is... where is that one? It's somewhere around here. I'd like to do it. I think it's cool. It's one of the... it's really the only tedious grind in this chunk. The prayer grind is probably a little bit tedious, but it's not crazy. But there's a lot of stuff that comes out of killing the ham members. So I'd like to be able to do it. Oh, I can't get to this one. It's over there. Never mind. Boo. Let's hop. I think the golden egg grind is kind of like the epitome of a chunk task. It requires you to get a resource that's not, you know, a direct method that you would normally get them from. And then there's like a kind of RNG grind aspect to it. I think it just kind of sums up this chunk pretty well. And I know some of the other guys that have Lumbridge chunks have also done the grind as well. To what success, I don't really know, but... okay, I don't think I even have enough money to buy these. I don't. But that's okay. Just sell some of this stuff. So there is a website, and I'll actually put my map. You might be familiar with the Chunk Picker website, but I'll put it in here regardless. So this map essentially, draws the RuneScape map in a grid. And when you select a chunk that you want to start in or that you've recently rolled and have new task in, it sets those tasks based on, there's 3 presets. So there's like the vanilla preset, the extreme preset, and then the supreme rule set. And those, from what I understand, those are defined by individual players that were kind of like leaders in the chunk account. So like Limpwort from old school, the extreme rule set is based on his rules that he defined for his account, and it's entirely dependent. So like they get progressively harder. So like the vanilla rule set, you don't need skilling pets. You don't need to like make the highest level equipment or tool for that chunk. So like if I was on vanilla right now, I would have to fletch a U-log into arrow shafts, but I wouldn't have to fletch it into a shield. And then with extreme and supreme, the difficulty goes up. And so because the difficulty goes up, there's more tasks that are associated with it. The supreme rule set is like unbelievably difficult. It's very time consuming. One of the major factors for the supreme rule set is that it includes getting drops from wandering implings. So basically you have to complete the collection log that is the wandering implings drop table, which is an entirely different beast from something like getting 5,000 feathers. And I think it would be roughly something like 3,000 to 5,000 hours to complete this chunk on Supreme. And that didn't sound great to me. But I do like the extreme rule set. I've just modified it a little bit. The big one being no pets. I think that kind of locks out, or not locks out, but it delays me exploring a chunk locker count in RuneScape by a lot. So I think the current set of tasks is kind of like the sweet spot for me. But it's super customizable. You can go in and modify how you want to play to fit what's fun for you. How much do these sell for? Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. It can be kind of daunting to like go through the rule set and kind of build it the way you want to, but there's some obvious choices that are like, okay, do I want to be in Lumbridge for 2,000 hours or do I want to be in Lumbridge for 300 hours? And for me, 300 to 500 hours, I think is the sweet spot. It might not even take that long, but that's kind of my expectation. Okay, I'm gonna grab some lunch real quick. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. That's such a bad sound effect. Listen to that. Ready? Oh, I didn't do it. Okay, that should be enough. Beautiful. Okay. I need these, those. Bronze arrows, steel arrows, iron spirits, those, feathers, thread, onion seeds. I think that's it. Take some food. Okay. Okay, we're already... This is about how fast we get kills with mage. So I'm not too concerned about... being too weak right now. Hey Greg, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm doing good. How are you? You play RuneScape, Greg? Nice. Well, thanks for coming in. We've got a really good group of guys that come on. It's going good. I've only been doing this for like 2 weeks, so I'm slowly learning kind of the little nuances about it, but I'm really enjoying it. It adds like another layer of enjoyment to RuneScape. So it's also good because I get people that are way smarter and better at me than this game, and they tell me where I'm like completely not either doing the right thing or not doing something optimally, which is nice to have. I've been playing RuneScape on and off for almost 20 years. My main can get his 20-year cape in like 2 weeks. But that being said, I play it so on and off, and I switch between RS3 and old school quite a bit that I haven't really like felt comfortable in RS3. Maybe comfortable is not the right word, but there's a lot of content in this game that I haven't done. I kind of learn how to do something, and then I just kind of do that for a long time. So my hope is that with this account, it forces me to do more content that I wouldn't typically do. No, I pretty much only play RuneScape. Every once in a while, like I'll get an itch to play something like Fallout 4, Skyrim or something, but I probably won't ever stream those. I think I'll probably just exclusively stream this for now, at least. Yeah, sure, go ahead. It really is. I was telling my wife the other day, she knows nothing about RuneScape other than that I play it every once in a while. And when I tried to explain to her that I've been playing this game since I was 10 years old, actually, yeah, 9 or 10 years old, she just was like confused. She's like, you're still playing that game? You were 10. Greg, I don't have Instagram, but if you have Discord, feel free to send it over there. I'm not specifically in the market for anything like that right now, but I'd be more than willing to look at your portfolio or whatever you have and if and when I do need some of that stuff, then I'll reach out to you. Yeah. Yeah, I tried to get her every once in a while. I think probably once a year I try to get her to play with me. And like she doesn't get it. One, she doesn't really understand like how to play video games as a whole, especially like without a controller. But two, she's like, I don't know, like there's no like real objective in this game. It's just, you know, kind of do what you want. And for her, that's like very difficult to accept. So I think the last time we tried to play, she actually got relatively far, or not relatively far. She did the quest in the catacombs, the Caitlyn quest. I forget what it's called. She did that quest and she actually really liked it. And I was like, okay, wow, like this is a good start. She liked like what I feel is like a very good like intro quest to like understand combat. Yeah, Blood Pack. So she liked that, and then she was just like, okay, and she ran out into Lumbridge and like was chopping some trees, and she was like, okay, like I've chopped. To her is a lot of wood, like 28 pieces of wood. That's a lot of wood, and I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing, like you need like thousands of those. And she was just like, nope, I don't want to do that. Yeah, so does my wife. Like party games, you know, she likes board games a lot, which is interesting because I don't know, I feel like those are less relaxing. But she would rather just sit on the couch and watch like reality TV than, you know, play RuneScape, which I'm totally fine with because we can kind of do both of those at the same time together. And for me, those kinds of things are, yeah, you can kind of do separate things together. And, you know, I go in waves with like TV. Like every once in a while, a show will come around where I'm like super into it. We watch it together. and then I won't watch anything for like months at a time. Whereas for her, like, that is her RuneScape. Like, to sit on the couch and watch like a TLC show is her RuneScape. So I can't be mad at it. You know, it doesn't make sense to tell someone that you play a video game that's over 20 years old. Unless they know about it. Like, I have friends that don't play RuneScape, but they know what RuneScape is and are like, "Oh yeah, no, that's a valid game to play," or whatever. Yeah, it's truly one of the only games that I've played that doesn't hold your hand at all, and whatever you do in the game is progress, even if it's small. Which, like you said, doesn't work for everyone. But for me, as someone that's like very I want freedom to do whatever I feel like doing in the morning or whenever I'm playing. And if that is killing ham guards for the next month, or that's, you know, bossing or questing, there's so much freedom in this game to do that. It's one of the very few games that I've ever felt that way before. I used to get that feeling with World of Warcraft. But then you get to a point where the entire game is just based on getting better gear, which there is that aspect in this game, but not nearly as much of a requirement to do that. Yeah, I definitely got, like, I get D&D fatigue every once in a while, because in my head, I want to do the things in the game that will help me progress. Maybe not necessarily the fastest, but efficiently. And part of that is doing your dailies and your weeklies, right? And because I'm not like extremely efficient at the game, it takes me like it can take me like an hour or two to do like just your typical dailies. I get distracted easily. I forget what I'm doing. And so, yeah, I definitely feel that sometimes, but then I kind of just recenter myself and like, okay, like if I don't send Meg out this week, or like I missed it on the 7th day or whatever, like who cares? Or like I forgot to check my animal pins, like, oh well, I'll do it tomorrow. Like I've kind of gotten to that point where I'm just like, whatever. Like, should I be doing all that stuff on my main right now? Probably, but okay, I think that was the last opal I need for 3 crafting. I'm gonna go check. Here's a question for you, Firebird. So, if I get 27 crafting and I craft full spider silk, do I get any negative bonus on melee for wearing spider silk? Like if I want to wear it just for extra armor, I don't get a negative penalty in melee because it's tank armor, right? Okay, you get an accuracy penalty. Okay. Hey, Nebulous. Spider Silk is magic gear. Like tier 30, I think, or tier 20. It's in defense. Yeah, tier 20. We're gonna get it? No. Damn it. Fuck. So annoying. Yeah, that's like where my knowledge really drops off. I feel like in old school I have a better understanding of like it's more obvious in old school where like what armor set you should use where, the bonuses and penalties you get from them. In RuneScape 3, like sometimes I get so overwhelmed trying to figure that shit out. But a lot of stuff in this game is like initially when I think about it, I'm like, wow, that's kind of overwhelming, and like I don't want to have to think about it. But then I just take the time to figure it out, and then it's like more clear. Yeah, I always opt for power armor over tank armor, just because, like, again, I don't play like super efficiently, and so to me, like, bigger number or like faster kill is more important to me. That's right. Hurting them kills them, if you can believe it or not. It's like football. The more points you score, you win the game if you score more points. Therefore, I kill the boss if I do more damage than it does to me. That is the one tip. If I had to give any tip to anyone playing RuneScape, I would say just don't die. Make sure the other thing dies and you don't. And sometimes that means eating an entire inventory of food to get one kill. Hey, welcome back, Sumo. And then you add like abilities into the game, and I really like. I'm a fan of abilities. I'm a fan of them on Revolution. Like I couldn't tell you what every single ability does. I just know that my character does it and it benefits me. At some point, I would like to learn to play the game off of it, but for now, like, I don't mind having it on Revolution. That's right. Always tell people that you're a hardcore. Okay, are we gonna get 3 crafting here? We didn't. Shit. So annoying. This guy spawning back in here. I think going melee for this was the right choice. I feel like the only reason I was really training mage was because for the utility spells later, but also I'm more comfortable in Mage, but this is obviously doing way more damage. And once we get Adamant, I'm sure it's going to increase a lot more as well. There's some feathers. That's the first feather drop today. Thank you. Only 4,850 to go. I mean, it's not hard by any means. And see, I'm starting to kill them faster than they respawn, which is slightly annoying. So in the big room here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 8, 9, like 9 spawns, maybe 10. In here, I think there's only 2. Two in there. So I think at some point, I think it'll be beneficial to start killing them in here. The only problem is I don't know how loot tracker's gonna work, or area loot's gonna work around all these benches. Oh, that's really annoying. Yeah, I just don't know if this is faster. Maybe like in this area, you can get 4. There's some feathers, Pog. That was 3 feathers in 7 minutes. I'm using my prayer. You guys can't see it, but I have a XP tracker up to track my prayer just so I know how many kills I'm getting. Okay, let's go get some food just to be safe. Let's go back to attack now. One task that I am trying not to think about too much, but I think is actually a pretty decent grind is 52 prayer. Which is like 30,000 bones. So essentially 30,000 ham kills. Or goblin kills. But if I have to do that anyways to get feathers, it's kind of a two birds, one stone kind of task. More feathers, 2. It's not great, but we'll take it. Hey Echo, how's it going? Thanks for joining the stream. Ooh, more feathers. Nice. Another one. Just one, though. Okay. This should, in theory, be 3 crafting. Thank God. Okay. Just for fun, let's go polish some buttons. We save this as a preset. Look at that. Wait, can I put this on the hotbar? Wow. Wow. Huge. Okay, so basically we can keep cutting opals, we can keep polishing buttons, and we need to do that until all good, Echo. So we need to do opals and buttons to 10. Then we can make impied gloves. Then we can make impied boots. Then do that to 13. Cut jades. We can still do impied stuff. Basically impied all the way to, what was it? 20. Where's silk hood? To 20, and then from there to 27. Nice. Love that. I need food. See, there's a lot in this area here, and if I think if I can try and just focus on killing them in this area, it should keep area loot up. More feathers, 6. Okay, we're getting a lot of feathers. I think that's like 20 something in the last 30 or so minutes. Okay, there's a spawn there. I need to remember where their spawns are. So that guy was there. That guy spawns up there. That's not useful. It is annoying having to eat so much too, but I think once we start killing them faster, we won't have to worry about that as much. Like, I guess I could level defense too more, but I think it's fine for now. Oh, fuck. That's so annoying. Why? The herb drops of these guys are actually kind of rare. So I think Guams are 101, and then Marintil and Taramans are 1 in 201. But I think they're worth picking up either way. And then at some point too, if I decide to switch to something else for prayer training, we'll do men because they have a pretty decent herb drop table. Yeah, it's vastly better than these guys. Its Guams are 1 in 22, Marintil 1 in 29, Taraman 1 in 40. And then everything else is 1 in 50 or higher. So I don't know, maybe it's not worth picking them up, but for now I'm going to. Unbelievable. I'm glad it still gives XP though. Dude, the feather drops are rolling in today. Hey, what's up, Blaine? I've killed almost 2,000-ish. Only 38,000 more to go. Potentially. There is a possibility that I don't need nearly as much. But on average, it should take me that many. But I could get lucky. That's 5 1 in 100 drops in like 20 minutes. Okay, need more food. It's so nice having buttons now. Come on. Nice. I don't think I've ever heard the sound effect for the loot beam. Or really even paid attention to it. But it sounds cool. I don't typically play RuneScape with headphones on. Look, there it is again. There's some feathers. I think we're technically slightly... Oh, there's more feathers. Nice. I think we're technically just under drop rate for feathers right now. Or maybe... We're actually probably pretty close. I think we've gotten like 40 today so far. In like an hour and 30 minutes. Probably, yeah, like an hour and 30 minutes. I think this is one of the best soundtracks in this game. That's a big one. 5 feathers. We might be fishing today. There's 30 attack. What I think I'm gonna do is just collect some of these drops to sell. Okay. Let's go upgrade. these sell for nothing. Okay, we're gonna have to do some fletching. No, the feathers are actually for fishing. I need to get the golden salmon and trout eggs, and the only way I can get feathers is from hams, which is rather annoying, but yeah. It's a pretty big one. And I think it's going to take me around 5,000 feathers. Thanks, Echo. I appreciate it. I think there's just some slight subtle nuances from this versus a old school chunk account that are going to be pretty exciting. This chunk, there's a few things that are kind of cool and unique, but not hugely different. But I think once we start moving along in the chunks, we'll find some really interesting stuff. And some content that, you know, is dead. I think it'd be cool to play like dead content. Ooh. Okay, I'm not making those. Yeah, same with me. I actually prefer watching old school chunk accounts. Yeah, the tool belt's a game changer. I think the tool belt actually is a huge selling point of doing a chunk account in RS3 versus old school, because you don't get locked out of content immediately. You know, you have access to the majority of the skilling requirements from the jump. So I never want to be like locked out of content for any reason. I think that's a little silly, but it is certainly nice to have all of the tools immediately. But they're still like the basic tools, you know, they're not, it's still a bronze pickaxe, it's still a bronze hatchet. Okay, those will do. There's a game mode that is relatively new. I think it's been around for, I don't know, maybe 6 months to a year or so, but it's chance locked. And if you haven't seen that, I recommend looking up chance locked accounts. They're super awesome. The gameplay is very interesting. There's so much to explain about it, but if you watch it, you'll be interested in it. It's really, really cool. Slayerscape's really cool. He's doing the one that's like the tiles, right? And he unlocks like little tokens every time he finishes a Slayer task. Yeah. That's cool because he created that himself. Like that entire like UI is awesome, is brilliant. Am I gonna have enough here? I do. Basically, the way Chance Locked works is it takes a list of every single item in the game that's tradable, and like, let's say you spawn in Lumbridge, you kill a man, he drops bones. Well, that's the first time you've seen bones, so you've unlocked bones as a drop, but you can't use them yet. So every time you get a new drop, it'll roll out of the 3,000 items in the game, and whatever it lands on, you now have access to use that item, but you need to get it as a drop first. So like if you rolled, I don't know, a Guam, a grimy Guam, right? And then you kill a man and it drops a grimy Guam, you now have access to use that, but you can't use anything else. It's really, it pushes like the game mechanics to like the next level. But it makes you get creative, because you'll finish like the drop tables for monsters, and then like you didn't get anything good unlocked. We really do. Yeah, I agree. I'd be interested to talk to the chunk picker team for RS3 to see if that's even something that's being talked about or worked on. I'm sure that they've talked about it, but okay, this should dramatically increase my kills an hour. Yeah, okay. And there's feathers. Nice. Yeah, he's been in chat here too a couple times. And I'm drawing a blank on the name. Yeah, but I'd love to see plugins for RS3. I think Alt 1 is good. Kind of like a good like bridging the gap application. It helps enough, but the creativity that Old School has with plugins it's unmatched. It's one of the best like crowdsourced features I've seen in a video game. Hey, Stun. Stun, we've made crazy progress in the last 3 hours. Yeah, we got, well, we have 5 crafting now, but we got over the hump for 3 crafting, which was huge. we've moved from mage to melee, and it's significantly increased the kills per hour. We've gotten, I think we're a little bit over drop rate on feathers right now. I've gotten 35 or so in the last hour and a half. That might be just that drop rate. Oh, no, I've gotten more than that because there's more in the bank. Are they too small? Is that what you mean? Because you're not watching on YouTube, are you? They're still kind of small though. I should probably put them like maybe here. Like this doesn't need to be visible. This song is goated. Because it is. If you can believe that. Let me see. That should be better. Yeah, with melee, we're killing these things in like 2 to 4 seconds. Whereas with mage, it was 10 to 15. So I'm curious. I think at some point I'll calculate how many kills an hour I'm getting. I guess I could just do it off of prayer XP, but I'll probably do a timer. The only issue with this area is that the spawns are a little annoying. I forgot food. Okay, I was thinking about fishing. So I think it's probably more beneficial to start fishing at 30 when I can catch salmon and trout versus only being able to catch trout right now. Because then that gives me a chance to get either one of the eggs. So I think I should probably just do crayfish until 30, which won't be too terribly bad. Because ideally, I'd want a chance to get either one of them per feather. Which I wish I would have thought about from my first 100 feathers, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna grab some food. Well, there's that. Okay, 19 more feathers, and then we're going fishing. And we're gonna get spooned some salmon eggs. Getting all the jades. There's some crafting XP. Love it. Only like 100 more polished buttons. Okay, 30 strength. I'm gonna switch to attack. We'll get 40 attack. No skill capes. So I have it set to Supreme rules, but I turned off capes. I turned off Wandering Imps as task requirements, and then I turned off pets. And then I also turned off agility shortcuts as a primary means of training. Yeah, it felt like a good compromise between Supreme and Extreme. Yeah, the agility shortcut one is crazy. There's a Chunkman in Port Sarim right now who has to get 99 agility on a style. And if Connor was here, he would be ranting and raving about it because he loves it. But it's a 2200 hour grind of him just clicking on the style. Just constantly. But he has a foot pedal. Oh, that was sick. All three of them. He has a foot pedal that he uses to click on the style, which is just... yeah, it's just unbelievable. I guess if you work from home and it's a pretty good way to train it, but 2,200 hours to me is just not worth it. But the fortitude it takes to do that grind, like, all hats off to him, man. That's just insane. Dude, that's awesome. I think if I was like not streaming and I was just kind of playing on my own and didn't want to, like, part of the reason I made this account too was because I wanted to try streaming. But I think if I was just like, I want to see what it's like to be a chunk locked account in RuneScape, but like see the different chunks faster, I think that's a great way to do it. In Vanilla Plus, like, there's still some pretty tough challenges, like 62 thieving for the safes. Like, that's still like a pretty big grind. Even the woodcutting grind too. Like, I'm not even 70 woodcutting yet, and I woodcut for like 3 or 4 days straight. Yeah, same here. I haven't watched any RS3 Chunkman. And I know there's a couple series on YouTube for Lumbridge Chunk, and I just don't want to watch it because I'm like, I'd rather figure it out on my own than see someone else go through it and create some kind of like bias towards the chunk. Okay, I'm running out of room. I think I need to stop bringing so much food. I also probably don't need to pick up everything that I'm picking up, but since it stacks, I kind of want to anyways. I would say it's way lower than it should be for how long I've played this game. I think, weirdly enough, I think my old school knowledge is higher than my RS3 knowledge, even though I've played old school less. Like a lot of the mechanics in this game, I'm not like super familiar with. But I think it's enough to like get me to a certain point, and then I'm sure there's going to be chunks where, like Alcarid, the Alcarid chunk, there's been so much added to it that I definitely am not comfortable in saying that I know everything that I have to do there. You know, any of the chunks or the areas in RS3 that have changed significantly over the years, I'm probably not super comfortable with. A lot of the new content, like some of the like in-game content, I have absolutely no idea how it works. Yeah, I would say that I identify more as a like a mid-game player for sure. I think having an Iron Man helped a lot for me to like understand some of this stuff. But my Iron Man is very much mid-game level as well, so that's going to have to carry me as much as it can, and then after that, it's going to be a lot of asking questions, reading the wiki, talking to people. Luckily, the chunk picker does a really good job actually of kind of laying out what you need to do. Yeah, it's a good call, Stun. I'll start doing that. Like, there's an example for you, Echo, like clue scrolls. In old school, I understand, like, the game mechanics of clue scrolls. And I know there's, like, not a whole lot there, but, like, I understand clue juggling. I understand, like before the despawn timer. What's up, Stun? Wow, look at you. Okay, Stud, I see you. Main Stud. All right, let's peep. Let's do a little peek. There you go. Take a little nap. Maybe this is RNG for feathers. Oh, is that the yeah, the league's emote? It is pretty sick. Buddy, you need to go do some rune crafting. Yeah, so you can stack 25. But in RS3 they don't have, like, you can't continue your clue steps into the next clue. Like if you have a step that you can't do, you can't juggle clues, from at least from my understanding. And I think I checked yesterday. There's only like 3 or 4 steps that we can do in this chunk. There's 2 at the castle and then 1 in the goblin area. And then there's actually 1 in the market, but it's just outside the chunk. So the chances of actually completing a clue is pretty small. But if I'm going to be here for 40,000 kills, it's worth attempting. There's also not really anything super beneficial for me outside of, like, I don't know, maybe some armor, but I thought maybe some of the supply drops might be useful, but it didn't seem like there was. Amulet of Magic would be cool. But other than that, it's really just cosmetic. But again, I could be missing something. Look at that. Love it. Okay, I'm gonna go make some more room. Okay, I might not need food anymore, which is nice. One feather. Sad. Could have been 6. Oh, there's 4. Oh, that'll do. That'll do. Nope. Nope. There's 100 feathers. Okay. I'm going to make a quick phone call, and then we are going to do some fishing. And we're going to get an egg in the next 100 feathers. I can feel it. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's get 30 fishing. And to do that, we're going to do crayfish. I think I might just power level that. Yeah, I think we just power level this because I'm not too concerned about the cooking XP. We have plenty of options for that. Yeah, but then I gotta bring logs, and the logs are like way over there. I mean, I guess I could. It's 376. Wait, how do you know that, Echo? Is that a thing? See, now that's game knowledge. Knowing how many fish you can cook with one U-log. Okay, fine. What I'll do... So I'll just get a couple oak logs. The only reason I know that is because I had just finished that yew tree in that exact spot a few days ago and then did my fishing after my wood cutting. Oh, okay. The yew tree in this chunk is the yew tree, and then the safe are like the icons of this chunk. If you asked me if different tiered logs burn longer, I would have said, I guess that makes sense, but like I've never actually paid attention to that. Okay, didn't mean to do that. It's going. It's like 10 more inventories. See, why don't these ducks drop feathers? This is not a trout, Blaine. This is crayfish. As the British call it. You're on YouTube, so you can't see it. So I'll give you some slack there. Thanks. You can't do it. You don't have it in you to kill ducks in RuneScape. I'm fishing them to get 30 fishing, because at 30 fishing I can catch trout and salmon. Maine, this is your OCD kicking in. You remember back in the day, the river troll? would come out while you were fishing and just absolutely demolish you. I'm at 27. I'll probably get 30 in like, I don't know, the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, you too, dude. Yeah, I had yesterday and today off. Did Bruce give you the day off? No. I figured there wasn't. No rest for the wicked. No, Veterans Day up here is like ridiculous because of all the veterans that live here, so I am not going to go anywhere. I don't know what the ducks sound like in old school. They're just like white, right? They're all white with a like orange beak. These are like mallards. Yeah. Leslie got a free car wash though. She went to go get her car washed and they were like, "Are you a veteran?" And she was like, no, but my husband is." And they were like, "Okay, that's good enough." I agree. I think she went to... Well, I'm not going to say it out loud. I'll text you, though. Echo, have you ever figured out what the mechanic is for how many logs you can get, like potentially get? Like, what's the maximum you can get from one tree? $47? Yeah, I don't think I ever got more than like maybe like 12. 47 is crazy. Whoa. See, I thought it was always dependent on the player, but you're saying when it respawns, it has a set number tied to it already. And then with each swing, you have a chance of getting a log based on your level and then the axe you're using. Really? What's the elder tree? Or like what's the max? Or minimum, I guess. I guess it probably follows the same mechanic as fishing nodes, right? Like fishing spots. Hey, thanks, Echo. I'm gonna get off pretty soon too. I'll probably use those 100 feathers and then, but I'll probably be back on later tonight. So I appreciate you hanging out. Almost done. Okay, last inventory. Really? There we go. Okay, let's get this egg. Let's get a egg. Okay, first inventory done. No egg. What was that sound? Is that really what that was? Oh, wow. That's kind of sad. We can't take a break when there's eggs to catch. I mean, I've only been playing for 4 hours. Yeah. I touched grass all weekend, so I went over my quota on grass touching. This is such a weird task to do, because I wouldn't even think twice about getting this on any other account. I would just get it and I'd be like, whatever. But I can't look away. Thanks, Sumo. I think there's going to be plenty of those over the next several weeks. Six left. Why is that? Because you don't get to play as much, or because your levels are so high? And just like that, 3 hours of collecting feathers. And that's how we'll do it. We'll do 100 feathers, we'll fish, we'll get the egg, or we won't get the egg, and we'll do it again. The good news is, though, I'll get a lot of food, crafting XP, prayer, which I still need to do. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I will be back on probably later tonight. But thanks for watching. Appreciate y'all.